Welcome, dear traveler, to Candle by the Sea, where stories drift like soft lantern light over a quiet shore. Before we begin, take a soft breath in and let it go slowly, allowing your body to grow calm and at ease. Let your shoulders soften. Let the weight of the day gently fade away. Tonight, we follow a wanderer into the Silver Peaks, a place where the air is still, the mountains listen, and somewhere beyond sight, a quiet warmth lingers, as if something ancient and kind is watching over the world, something almost forgotten. If you find comfort here, you are always gently welcome to return. And if you'd like to stay close to these quiet journeys, you can softly subscribe and join me again for more peaceful stories beneath the stars. Now, let the world grow quiet around you and allow the story to begin. The Phoenix of the Silver Peaks. Part 1. The Valley of Quiet Beginnings. In a quiet corner of the world, where time seemed to move with a softer breath, there lay a valley held gently between distant hills and the first rising forms of the Silver Peaks. It was a place where sound rarely lingered for long. Even the wind, when it passed through, seemed to hush itself, as though careful not to disturb the stillness that rested there like a delicate veil. The valley was not empty. It was simply quiet. Fields stretched in muted shades of green and pale gold, their colors softened as though seen through memory rather than through sight. A narrow stream curved slowly through the land, its waters clear and unhurried, reflecting the sky in faint, shifting tones. Along its banks, small stones rested in silence, warmed faintly by a light that never grew too bright. Nothing in the valley felt lost, and yet there was a sense, gentle and difficult to name, that something had been waiting there for a very long time, as though the land itself was remembering, or perhaps waiting to be remembered. At the edge of this quiet valley, where the fields gave way to the first rise of pale, silver-touched stone, a lone wanderer stood. They had arrived without urgency, their steps slow and unmeasured, guided less by direction than by a quiet pull that had followed them for many days, or perhaps much longer than that. It was not a call that could be heard, not a voice, not even a thought fully formed. It was something softer, a feeling like the faint memory of warmth on a cool evening, or the sense that somewhere, just beyond what could be seen, something familiar was waiting. The wanderer stood for a long moment at the threshold between valley and mountain, their gaze resting on the distant peaks that rose in layered silence beyond. The Silver Peaks, even from afar, they seemed unlike any mountains the wanderer had known before. Their surfaces did not simply reflect the light, they seemed to hold it, as though the stone itself remembered something of the sky. Soft mist drifted between their ridges, moving slowly, almost thoughtfully, as if it too were part of the quiet rhythm that shaped this place. There was no sharpness to them, no harsh edge, only a sense of quiet presence, ancient and patient. The wanderer drew a slow breath. The air felt different here. Cool, yes, but not cold. Still, but not empty. It carried with it a faint warmth, subtle and grounding, like the lingering heat of sun-warmed stone long after the day had faded. For a while, they did not move. There was no need to. The valley behind them did not call them back, and the mountains ahead did not urge them forward. Everything simply allowed. Time passed gently, like the drifting of clouds, and in that stillness, the wanderer became aware of something within themselves. A quiet space, not newly formed, but noticed, perhaps, for the first time. It was not a feeling of absence, nor was it something that needed to be filled. It was simply there, soft, open, waiting. The wanderer did not try to understand it. They did not name it. They only stood with it, as one might sit beside a calm stream, watching the water pass without needing to follow where it went. At last, with a movement so natural it seemed to arise on its own, the wanderer took a step forward. The ground beneath their feet shifted subtly as grass gave way to pale stone. The change was gentle, almost unnoticeable, yet it marked something quiet and significant. They had begun. The path into the mountains was not clearly defined. No carved trail or guiding markers pointed the way. Instead, there was only a natural unfolding, a series of soft rises and worn stones that seemed, somehow, to suggest a direction without insisting upon it. The wanderer followed. Their steps were unhurried, each one placed with quiet awareness. The stone beneath their feet felt smooth, not from use alone, but as though shaped over time by wind, light, and something more subtle, something patient. As they moved further from the valley, the air shifted almost imperceptibly. The stillness remained, but it deepened. It was no longer the quiet of something waiting. It was the quiet of something present. Around them, the mountains began to rise more fully, their silver-toned surfaces catching the soft light in ways that felt almost fluid, as though the brightness moved not across them, but within them. Mist drifted low along the ground now, curling gently around stones and slopes. It did not obscure the path, but softened it, blurring the edges between one step and the next. The wanderer continued, their breathing slow, steady. There was no strain in the ascent, no resistance. Each step felt as though it was being met, not just taken, as though the mountain itself was aware of their presence, and in its quiet way welcomed it. At times, the wanderer paused, not from weariness, but from a quiet sense of noticing, a small shift in the light, the way the mist moved differently around a certain curve of stone, the faint warmth that lingered in places where the path narrowed, as if something unseen had passed there before, not recently, but not long ago either, in the way that time seemed to be held differently here. They did not question these things. They simply allowed them, and in doing so, something within them began to soften. The quiet space they had felt earlier, standing at the edge of the valley, remained with them now, but it no longer felt distant or undefined. It felt closer, not something they carried, but something they were slowly stepping into. The world around them seemed to respond in kind. The wind, when it moved, brushed lightly against their skin, not cold, but gently cool, carrying with it a faint warmth that lingered just beneath the surface. The stones beneath their feet held a similar feeling, not warm enough to be noticed at once, but present, steady, reassuring. Even the light, pale and diffused, seemed to rest rather than shine, settling softly across the landscape like a quiet presence rather than something that demanded attention. There was no urgency here, no need to arrive. The path did not lead forward so much as it unfolded, and the wanderer followed it, not as one seeking a destination, but as one moving in quiet harmony with something that did not need to be understood. Time passed, or perhaps it simply drifted. The valley below grew distant, its soft colors blending into a gentle haze that stretched toward the horizon. Yet, even as it faded from view, its presence did not feel lost. It remained, in a way that was difficult to explain, not behind them, but within the stillness that surrounded them. Ahead, the mountains rose higher. Their forms became more defined, their surfaces catching light in subtle variations of silver, pale gold, and soft shadow. And within that quiet, something shifted, so gently it might have been missed, had the wanderer not already learned to notice such things. A warmth, faint, barely there, but unmistakable. It did not come from the sun, which remained hidden behind the soft veil of cloud and mist, nor did it rise from the ground beneath their feet. It seemed to exist between things, in the air, in the light, in the quiet space that had been growing within them since the moment they first stepped into the mountains. The wanderer slowed, not out of caution, but out of recognition. There was something here, not seen, not heard, but felt. They stood still once more, allowing the moment to settle. The warmth did not grow stronger. It did not move closer. It simply remained, steady, gentle, present. And in its presence, the quiet space within the wanderer shifted again, not opening further, not deepening, but becoming clearer, as though something that had always been there was now being softly illuminated, not by light, but by awareness. The wanderer did not reach for it, did not try to hold it. They simply stood, breathing slowly, allowing the warmth and the stillness to exist together. After a time, though time felt distant and unmeasured, they began to walk again. The path continued upward, winding gently between rising forms of stone and drifting veils of mist. Each step felt the same as before, steady, supported, unforced. And yet something had changed, not in the world around them, was a softness now, a quiet trust, not in where the path would lead, but in the simple act of following it. The mountains did not seem so distant anymore, nor did they feel vast in a way that overwhelmed. They felt close, not in distance, but in presence, as though the wanderer had not entered the mountains, but had been gently received by them. The light shifted once more, softening toward a warmer tone, though no clear source could be seen. The mist thinned slightly, revealing higher ridges beyond, silent, luminous, waiting. And the wanderer continued, step by step, breath by breath, carried not by effort, but by something quieter, something that did not ask, did not guide, but simply allowed. And far above, beyond the drifting mist and the silver light, something unseen waited with the same quiet patience as the valley below. Not calling, not reaching, only present, like a memory not yet remembered, or a warmth not yet fully felt. The journey had begun, and it was already, in its own quiet way, unfolding. Part 2. The Path of Whispering Stone. The path continued without announcement. It did not begin or change in any sudden way. There was no clear moment when the wanderer knew they had entered something new. And yet, as they walked, the world around them began to feel closer, not in distance, but in presence. The silver peaks rose gently on either side now, their pale surfaces shaped by time into smooth ridges and quiet curves. The stone no longer felt like something separate from the path. It felt like the path itself was simply a continuation of the mountain, unfolding in a way that invited each step without asking for it. The wanderer moved steadily, their pace unhurried, their breath soft and even. There was no effort in their ascent, only a quiet rhythm, step and stillness, step and breath. The mist, which had once drifted loosely across the lower slopes, now lingered closer to the ground. It curled around the wanderer's feet in slow, delicate movements, parting easily with each step and returning just as gently once they had passed. It did not obscure the way. It softened it, edges blurred, distances felt less defined. The world seemed to exist not in sharp lines, but in gentle transitions, one form flowing into another, one moment easing into the next. And within this softened landscape, something subtle began to emerge, a feeling that the path was not simply beneath the wanderer, but aware of them, not in a way that could be seen or proven, but in the quiet sense that each step was being received. The wanderer did not question this. They had already learned, in the stillness of the valley and the first rise of the mountain, that not everything needed to be understood in order to be felt. So they walked, and the path unfolded. At times, the stone beneath their feet shifted in tone, from pale silver to a faint, warm gray. In certain places, it held a softness of color, as though touched long ago by something gentle and enduring. The wanderer paused once, noticing this. They knelt slightly, brushing their fingers across the surface of the stone. It was smooth, cool at first touch, but beneath that coolness, there was something else. A lingering warmth, faint but unmistakable. Not heat, as from fire or sun. Something quieter, something that felt less like temperature and more like presence. The wanderer rested their hand there for a moment longer, not seeking an answer, but allowing the feeling to settle. And as they did, the quiet space within them, the one that had been growing since the valley, responded, not by changing, but by recognizing, as though the warmth in the stone and the stillness within them were not separate things, but echoes of the same gentle source. After a time, they rose and continued. The path began to narrow slightly, winding between larger formations of stone that rose like silent guardians on either side. These formations were not jagged or imposing. They curved softly, their edges worn smooth, as though shaped not by force, but by time and quiet patience. The wind moved differently here. It did not pass through in open currents, as it had in the lower valley. Instead, it wove between the stones, slipping through unseen spaces, creating soft, shifting currents that brushed lightly against the wanderer as they passed. There was a sound to it, not a strong or defined sound, but a gentle, almost musical tone, like the faintest echo of something remembered. The wanderer slowed, not out of caution, but to listen. The sound came and went, never repeating in quite the same way. It was not a melody that could be followed, nor a pattern that could be traced, and yet it felt familiar, not in memory, but in feeling, as though it belonged to a part of the world that existed quietly beneath all others. The wanderer continued walking, and the sound followed, not closely, not directly, but as a soft presence within the air itself, a whisper carried through stone, a breath shaped by the mountain. It did not call, it did not lead, it simply accompanied. Time passed in this way, though it no longer felt like something that could be measured. Moments did not stack upon one another. They drifted, blending softly, like mist moving across a still landscape. The wanderer's steps remained steady, their breath remained calm, and the quiet space within them continued to open not outward, but inward, as though depth was being revealed rather than created. The path turned gently, curving along the side of a rising ridge. From this angle, the wanderer could see further into the mountains. Layer upon layer of silver-toned peaks stretched ahead, their forms softened by distance and mist. Light moved across them slowly, not in beams or flashes, but in subtle shifts, like the passing of thought, or the slow turning of something unseen. There was no single destination visible, no summit calling from above, and yet the wanderer did not feel lost. The absence of a clear end did not bring uncertainty. It brought something else, a quiet ease, as though the purpose of the journey was not to arrive, but to move, to be present within each step, to allow the path to exist without needing to define where it would lead. The wanderer rested for a while on a smooth outcropping of stone. They did not sit from fatigue, but from a quiet sense of pause. The stone beneath them held that same faint warmth they had noticed before, subtle, steady, almost like a memory held within the mountain itself. They closed their eyes, not to sleep, but to feel. The wind moved softly around them, carrying with it that same whispering tone. The mist drifted close, cool against their skin, yet never cold, and within it all, the warmth remained, not growing, not fading, simply present. The wanderer did not reach for it. They did not try to understand it. They allowed it, and in doing so, something within them settled, not as an answer, but as a quiet alignment, as though something that had once felt distant was now gently returning to its place. After a time, they opened their eyes. The world had not changed, and yet it felt different, not brighter, not clearer, but closer. The space between things, the air, the light, the stone felt less like separation and more like connection. The wanderer stood and continued. The path began to rise a little more noticeably now, though still without strain. It moved in soft curves rather than steep inclines, guiding the wanderer upward in a way that felt natural, almost effortless. The formations of stone grew larger. Some stood like quiet pillars, others like folded shapes resting against one another. None felt imposing. Each seemed to exist in quiet harmony with the rest, as though the mountain had formed not in fragments, but as a single, continuous presence. The whispering wind returned, a little clearer now, not louder but closer. The wanderer noticed how it shifted as they moved, how certain steps brought a faint tone, while others passed in silence. They did not try to follow it, but they became aware of it, and in that awareness, their steps grew even more gentle, more attentive, not out of effort, but out of quiet listening. The path itself seemed to respond, not by changing direction, but by unfolding with a subtle sense of invitation, a curve appearing just as it was needed, a stone placed where a step would fall, nothing arranged, nothing designed, and yet everything fitting. The wanderer walked on. The valley below was no longer visible. The world had narrowed to the path, the stone, the mist, and the quiet presence that moved through them all. And within that narrowing, there was no sense of loss, only a deepening, as though by leaving behind what was distant, they had come closer to something that had always been near. The warmth in the air grew slightly more noticeable now, still gentle, still soft, but no longer something that might be missed. It rested in the space around them, like a quiet breath held just beneath awareness. The wanderer paused once more, not because the path asked them to, but because something within them did. They stood still, eyes open, gaze soft. The mountains stretched around them in silent presence. The mist moved slowly, curling and unfolding. The wind whispered, then stilled. And in that moment, the wanderer became aware of something new. Not outside, but within. The quiet space they had felt before, the one that had opened in the valley, deepened on the path, was no longer just a space. It was a presence, not separate from them, not something they observed, but something they were beginning to rest within. It held the same warmth as the stone, the same stillness as the mountain, the same quiet movement as the mist. And for a moment, there was no difference between the world around them and the world within. The wanderer did not hold onto this feeling. They did not try to keep it. They allowed it to pass, as all moments do. But something of it remained. A softness, a quiet trust, a sense that the path they walked was not leading them somewhere new, but gently returning them to something they had never truly left. They began to walk again. The path curved upward, disappearing softly into a higher veil of mist. The light shifted warmer now, though still diffused, as though it came from no single place. And somewhere ahead, not seen, not heard, but quietly felt, something waited. Not calling, not reaching, only present, like a steady warmth beyond the next step, or a memory just beginning to surface. The wanderer followed, and the mountain, in its quiet and patient way, continued to receive them. Part 3. The Ember in the Sky. The path grew quieter as it rose, not because the world had lost its sound, but because each sound seemed to settle more deeply into the stillness that surrounded it. The whisper of the wind softened until it felt less like movement and more like a presence, something that existed without needing to pass from one place to another. The wanderer continued, their steps steady, their breath slow and unbroken. The mist began to thin, not all at once, but in gentle layers, as though the mountain were slowly unveiling something it had long held in quiet care. The shapes of the peaks around them became clearer, their silver-toned surfaces reflecting a soft, diffused glow that did not seem to come from above or below, but from the space between all things. The path narrowed, then widened again, curving in ways that felt natural and unforced. There was no sense of climbing anymore, only a quiet unfolding upward. The wanderer moved without thought of distance. Time no longer stretched behind or ahead. It rested within each step, contained, complete. And then, almost without noticing when it began, the air grew still. Not silent, but still, the kind of stillness that does not come from the absence of movement, but from the presence of something deeper, something that holds all motion gently within it. The wanderer slowed, not out of uncertainty, but in quiet recognition. They had reached a place where the path no longer needed to guide them. The stone beneath their feet opened into a wide, smooth expanse, a natural terrace shaped by time and patience. Its surface was pale, almost luminous, with faint traces of warmth woven through its cool tone. The mist lingered at the edges, drifting slowly along the boundaries of the space, as though respecting the stillness that rested at its center. Above, the sky stretched wide and open, soft, endless, neither bright nor dim, but gently luminous, like a memory of light rather than its source. The wanderer stepped forward onto the terrace. Their footsteps made no echo. Even the faintest sound seemed to be absorbed into the quiet, held rather than reflected. They moved toward the center without intention, drawn not by sight, but by a subtle sense of presence, something that did not call, but simply existed. And as they came to a stop, the warmth they had felt along the path returned, stronger now, still gentle, but unmistakable. It rested in the air, in the stone, in the quiet space within them. The wanderer did not search for its source. They had learned by now that what was meant to be felt would not reveal itself through seeking. So they stood, breathing slowly, allowing. The stillness deepened. The world seemed to soften around the edges, not fading, but becoming more fluid, less defined, more connected. The space between breath and breath grew wider. The moment stretched, not in time, but in presence. And then something shifted, not in the air, not in the light, but in the way both were felt. A subtle gathering, as though the warmth that had been resting quietly throughout the mountain was now beginning to draw inward, not toward a point, but toward a presence. The wanderer remained still. There was no fear, no anticipation, only a quiet openness. The light above them changed, not in brightness, but in texture. It seemed to flow more gently, as though it had become aware of itself, moving in slow, unseen currents. Within that soft expanse of sky, something began to take form. Not a shape, not yet, more like a suggestion, a faint concentration of warmth and light, so subtle it might have been missed. Had the wanderer not already been resting in that same quiet awareness? It did not appear suddenly. It unfolded, slowly, like a breath drawn over a long and patient moment. The warmth deepened, not outwardly, but inwardly. The wanderer felt it first within themselves, a gentle expansion, a soft glow that did not burn or press, but simply existed. And then, as though reflecting that same quiet awakening, the light above them began to gather more clearly. A presence, not descending, not approaching, but becoming. The air remained still. The mist at the edges of the terrace paused in its drifting, as though it too had entered a deeper kind of listening. And within the sky, the ember took form. It was not fire, not in the way the wanderer had known fire before. There were no sharp edges, no flickering flames, only a soft, flowing radiance, like glowing embers carried on a slow, unseen current. Gold and pale silver intertwined, moving gently, as though guided by something quieter than wind. The form shifted, not changing, but revealing. Contours emerged, not solid, not fixed, but felt. The curve of something wing-like, the arc of something vast, yet weightless, the presence of something whole, without boundary. The phoenix, it did not arrive. It was already there. It did not take shape. It allowed itself to be seen. The wanderer stood, their gaze soft, their breath steady. There was no need to step closer, no need to reach. The distance between them did not feel like separation. It felt complete. The phoenix moved not forward, not away, but within its own quiet space. Its form flowed like light across water, each motion slow, continuous, without beginning or end. As it moved, the warmth in the air deepened, not surrounding, but sharing. The wanderer felt it as a gentle expansion within their chest, a soft unfolding that required no effort, no understanding. There were no words, no thoughts, and yet something was being known, not learned, not given, remembered. The phoenix's presence held no demand. It did not offer. It did not ask. It simply existed. And in its existence, something within the wanderer responded. The quiet space they had felt since the valley, the one that had grown along the path, was no longer something they observed. It was something they rested within. And within that stillness, the warmth revealed itself more fully. It had always been there, not placed, not awakened by the mountain, but recognized through it. The phoenix shifted again, its wings, or what felt like wings, unfolding in a slow, graceful motion. The light moved with it, not cast outward, but drawn gently across the space between them. It did not illuminate. It connected. For a moment, the boundary between the wanderer and the world softened completely. The stone beneath their feet, the air around them, the presence before them, all felt as though they existed within the same quiet breath. The wanderer did not hold onto this. They did not try to remain within it. They allowed it, just as they had allowed each step, each moment along the path. And in that allowing, the understanding deepened not in words, but in feeling. Nothing needed to be given. Nothing needed to be found. There was no distance to cross, no absence to fill, only a gentle remembering of something that had never truly been lost. The phoenix remained, not as something separate, but as a reflection of that same quiet truth. Its light softened slightly, not dimming, but settling. The movement of its form grew slower, more subtle, as though it too were resting within the stillness it had revealed. The wanderer stood in silence, breathing, feeling, present. Time did not pass, or perhaps it passed without leaving a trace. The moment held itself complete, and then, as gently as it had unfolded, the presence began to change, not leaving, not fading, but becoming less defined. the light returned to a softer, more diffuse state, its contours dissolving into the open sky. The warmth remained unchanged. The wanderer did not reach for the form as it softened. They did not follow it with their gaze. They simply stood and allowed. The phoenix did not depart. It did not go anywhere. It returned to where it had always been, within the quiet space that held everything, within the warmth that had never left. The sky above them was once again open, luminous still. The terrace remained. The mist drifted softly at its edges. The mountain breathed in its quiet, patient way, and the wanderer stood at the center of it all, not as one who had arrived, but as one who had remembered. The warmth within them did not fade. It did not grow. It simply was, steady, gentle, present, like a quiet ember carried within a still and endless sky. After a time, though time no longer felt like something that could be counted, the wanderer took a breath that felt slightly deeper than the ones before. Not different, just noticed. And with that breath, something shifted, not outwardly, but within the quiet rhythm that had been guiding them all along. The path, though unseen before, made itself gently known again, not as a direction, but as a continuation. The wanderer turned, not away from the sky, but within it. There was no leaving, no separation, only movement. And as they took their first step across the terrace, the warmth remained soft, steady, quietly alive. The journey continued, but something within it had already come to rest. Part 4. The warmth that remains. The first step away from the terrace did not feel like a departure. Nothing had been left behind. The open sky, the soft expanse of stone, the quiet presence that had unfolded there, all of it remained, not as something distant, but as something gently carried within the same stillness the wanderer now moved through. The path revealed itself again, not in sharp lines or clear direction, but in the same quiet way it always had, through a natural unfolding of stone beneath each step. The wanderer followed. Their movement was unchanged, slow, steady, unhurried, and yet everything felt different, not because the world had shifted, but because the way it was being felt had softened into something deeper, something more complete. The warmth remained, not as a memory, not as something recalled from the moment on the terrace, but as a presence, steady, quiet, and gently alive. It rested within them, just as it rested in the stone, in the air, in the space between all things. There was no need to hold it, no need to return to it. It did not come and go. It simply was. The wanderer moved along the path as it began to descend. The change in direction was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, like the soft turning of a current beneath still water. The mountains did not feel as though they were receding. They remained close, present, not behind them, but around them, the mist, which had thinned at the terrace, began to gather again along the edges of the path. It drifted softly, curling and unfolding with the same quiet rhythm as before. But now it felt different, not separate, not something to move through. It felt like part of the same gentle presence that moved within the wanderer themselves. The wind returned in faint, whispering currents, brushing lightly across the stone, carrying with it that soft, almost musical tone. The wanderer heard it again, or perhaps they felt it. It no longer mattered which. The distinction between hearing and feeling had softened, just as everything else had. They walked on. The path curved gently between the familiar formations of stone, though they no longer felt like markers along a journey. They felt like companions in stillness, silent, steady, unchanged. The wanderer's steps made no sound that lingered. Each one settled into the mountain as naturally as breath settles into stillness. There was no sense of leaving the summit behind, no sense of returning to the valley, only the quiet continuation of movement within a space that felt whole. At times, the wanderer paused, not to rest, but to notice a shift in the light, the way the mist curled differently along a certain curve of stone, the faint warmth that seemed to gather more strongly in certain places, not brighter, not stronger, but more easily felt. Each pause was brief, not measured, not held, simply part of the same gentle rhythm that shaped each step. The warmth within them remained constant. It did not rise or fall. It did not respond to thought or attention. It simply rested, and in resting, it offered something quiet and steady, something that did not need to be understood in order to be felt. The wanderer began to notice how this warmth shaped their movement, not by guiding, not by directing, but by softening. Each step felt lighter, not because the path had changed, but because there was no longer anything being carried, no expectation, no quiet searching, only presence. The path itself seemed to reflect this, where before it had felt like something to follow. Now it felt like something that simply existed beneath them, neither leading nor being led. The mountain did not offer direction. It offered space, and within that space, the wanderer moved without effort. The light shifted slowly as they descended. The pale silver tones of the higher peaks softened into warmer hues, faint gold, gentle amber, subtle shades that seemed to emerge not from the sky, but from the quiet meeting of stone and air. Nothing was bright, nothing called attention. Everything simply rested. The mist parted in places, revealing glimpses of the slopes below familiar, yet different now. The valley, still distant, lay beyond layers of quiet terrain, its soft tones barely visible through the drifting haze. But it no longer felt like a place to return to. It felt like part of the same whole, not separate, not distant, simply another expression of the same stillness. The wanderer continued. There was no need to hurry, no sense of time pressing forward. The descent unfolded at its own quiet pace, each moment complete within itself. At one point, the path opened slightly, forming a gentle curve along a wide slope of smooth stone. The wanderer stepped into this space and paused, not from habit, not from thought, but because the stillness invited it. They stood quietly, their gaze soft, taking in the subtle movement of the mist, the shifting tones of light, the steady presence of the mountain. And within that quiet, they became aware of something simple. The warmth they felt, steady, unchanged, was no longer something they noticed only in stillness. It remained even in movement, even as they breathed, even as they walked. It did not require attention. It did not fade when the mind drifted or when the world shifted. It was not something to return to. It was something that remained. This awareness did not arrive as a realization. There were no words, no sudden clarity. It was simply known. In the same way, one knows the feeling of breath without needing to think of it. The wanderer did not hold onto this knowing. They allowed it to settle, just as everything else had. And in that quiet allowing, a deeper sense of ease unfolded. The journey no longer felt like something that was moving forward. It felt like something that was gently settling into itself. The path continued downward. The stone beneath their feet grew slightly warmer in tone, the silver softening into pale gold in certain places. The whispering wind moved through the spaces between stone, its soft tones returning once more, not as something distant, but as something that seemed to move alongside the wanderer, within the same quiet rhythm. The mist lifted gradually, revealing more of the slopes below. The shapes of the mountain grew broader, less defined by height and more by presence. Everything felt closer, not in distance, but in connection. The wanderer moved without thought of where they were going. There was no destination ahead, no point of arrival waiting below. And yet, there was no sense of wandering without direction, because direction no longer mattered. Only presence, only the quiet unfolding of each step. At times, the wanderer's gaze drifted upward, toward the higher peaks now softened by distance and mist. The terrace was no longer visible. The sky above it had returned to its open, luminous stillness, but the sense of it remained, not as a memory, but as part of the same presence that now rested within them. There was no separation between what had been experienced and what was now being lived. It was all the same. The mountain, the sky, the warmth, the path, each part of a quiet, continuous whole. The wanderer continued descending. The air grew slightly softer, carrying with it a subtle shift, a hint of the valley below, not in scent or sound, but in feeling. A gentler stillness, a wider openness. The path widened again, the formations of stone giving way to more open slopes, where mist moved more freely and light settled in broader, softer layers. The wanderer stepped into this space with the same steady calm. Nothing changed, and yet everything felt gently transformed, not in appearance, but in presence. The warmth remained, unmoved, unchanged, and within it, the wanderer moved with a quiet sense of rest, not resting from the journey, but resting within it, as though the movement itself had become a kind of stillness, a kind of quiet being. The path curved once more, leading gradually toward the lower reaches of the mountain. The valley, though still distant, felt closer now, not as a place to arrive, but as a space already held within the same quiet awareness. The wanderer walked on, step by step, breath by breath, carried not by intention, but by the gentle unfolding of something that had never needed to be found. The warmth remained, and in its presence, there was nothing more to seek, nothing more to become, only the quiet continuation of what had always been there. Soft, steady, endless, like a gentle ember, resting quietly and never fading. Part 5. The Descent of Golden Light. Morning did not arrive all at once. It unfolded slowly, like a breath taken after a long and quiet night. At first, the world remained wrapped in soft shadow, the sky a deep and endless blue, touched only faintly by the promise of light. The peaks stood still and watchful, their silver edges barely visible, as though they too rested in the final moments of darkness. The wanderer stirred gently, not from restlessness, but from a quiet readiness. The stone beneath them still held a trace of warmth, not the warmth of the sun, but something softer, something that seemed to linger beyond time. It rested within the earth, within the air, within the very breath they drew in slowly and released just as gently. They opened their eyes. Above them, the sky was vast and calm, stretching beyond anything that could be held or measured. And though the phoenix was no longer visible, its presence had not faded. It had changed. It no longer lived in the sky. It lived in the stillness, in the quiet rhythm of breath, in the subtle awareness that nothing had been lost. For a long moment, the wanderer did not move. They simply lay there, watching as the first thread of gold touched the horizon. It came softly, a pale glow at first, barely there, like a memory returning in fragments. Then slowly, patiently, it grew, spreading across the distant sky, brushing the edges of the peaks, turning silver into something warmer, something alive. Light did not rush. It arrived with care, and as it did, the world began to awaken, not with sound or movement, but with presence. The wanderer sat up slowly. Their body felt lighter now, as though something unseen had been gently set down during the night. Not removed, not taken away, simply released. There was nothing to search for, nothing to reach toward, only the path ahead, waiting as it always had. They stood. The air was cool, but it no longer felt empty. It carried something quiet and steady, something that moved through the mountains like an unseen current, soft, constant, and deeply calm. They turned once more toward the horizon. The light had grown stronger now, stretching across the sky in soft waves of gold and pale amber. It touched the peaks, the stones, the narrow paths that wound their way down into the valleys far below. It touched everything, and in that light, the wanderer understood something simple. The journey had not ended. It had only changed direction. With a quiet breath, they began to walk. The descent did not feel like leaving. It felt like returning. Each step downward carried a sense of ease that had not been there before. The path, though still narrow, no longer felt uncertain. The stones beneath their feet were steady, familiar, as though they had always known the way. There was no need to hurry. The mountains did not ask for it. The light did not demand it. Everything moved at the pace it was meant to move. The wanderer followed the path as it curved gently along the side of the peak, winding between quiet outcroppings of stone and soft stretches of moss that had gathered in sheltered places. Here and there, the frost still lingered in shaded corners, glistening faintly in the growing light. But it no longer felt cold in the same way. It was simply part of the mountain, part of the balance between warmth and stillness. The wind moved differently now. It no longer carried only the hush of high places. It carried something warmer, something softer, a quiet echo of what had been witnessed, what had been felt, not as a memory, but as a presence that remained. As the wanderer descended, the world began to change in subtle ways. The peaks grew less steep. The air grew gentler. The silence, though still deep, became layered with faint sounds, the distant whisper of wind through lower ridges, the soft shifting of stones, the almost unnoticeable murmur of life returning to the spaces between. None of it broke the calm. It simply added to it. The path widened slightly, allowing for a slower, more grounded pace. The wanderer let their steps follow this rhythm, each movement soft, deliberate, unhurried. There was no destination pressing ahead, only the quiet unfolding of the way. At times they paused, not from fatigue, but from a natural stillness that invited them to stop, to breathe, to look, to feel. From one such place, they turned back. The highest peak stood far behind now, touched fully by morning light. It shone not brightly, not sharply, but with a gentle radiance that seemed to rise from within rather than reflect from without. For a moment, the wanderer simply watched. There was no need to search the sky, no need to wonder if the phoenix would appear again, because it already had, and it had left what needed to remain. A quiet warmth stirred within them, not overwhelming, not intense, but steady, like a small ember, alive. They placed a hand lightly over their chest, not as a gesture of holding, but of recognition. The warmth was there, not something to protect, not something that could be lost, simply something that was. They lowered their hand and continued walking. As the descent carried them further, the landscape softened. The harsh edges of the peaks gave way to gentler slopes, where small patches of grass began to appear between stones. The color returned slowly to the world, muted greens, soft earth tones, hints of life waking from a long and patient rest. The air held a different kind of silence now, not the vast, echoing quiet of high places, but a closer, more intimate stillness, one that wrapped around the senses rather than stretching endlessly beyond them. The wanderer moved through it with ease. There was no longer a feeling of being alone, not because something else was present in form, but because the sense of separation had softened. Everything felt connected. The stones beneath their feet, the air they breathed, the distant valleys waiting below, all of it part of the same quiet rhythm. Time passed, though it was difficult to say how much. The sun rose higher, its light warming the path, the stones, the wanderer's skin. Shadows shortened, softened, became part of the light rather than something separate from it. Eventually, the path led to a familiar place. The valley. It lay open and calm, just as it had before, wide and welcoming, filled with soft grasses that moved gently in the breeze. The stream still flowed quietly through it, its surface catching the light in small, shimmering reflections. Nothing had changed, and yet everything felt different. The wanderer stepped into the valley slowly. Their feet met the softer ground with a quiet certainty, as though they had always belonged here. They walked toward the stream. The water moved just as it had on that first day, steady, clear, unhurried. It did not ask where they had been. It did not question what they had found. It simply flowed. The wanderer knelt beside it once more. They cupped their hands, lifting the cool water gently, and let it rest there for a moment before allowing it to slip back into the stream. There was no need to hold it. Some things were meant to move. They sat beside the water, just as they had before. But this time, the stillness felt deeper, not empty, not waiting, complete. The mountains rose behind them, quiet and watchful. The sky stretched above, vast and open. The light settled softly across the valley, touching everything with the same gentle presence. The wanderer closed their eyes. Their breath moved slowly, evenly. Inhale, exhale. There was no urgency in it, no effort, only the natural rhythm of being. The warmth within them remained, not as something bright or overwhelming, but as something steady and calm. A quiet flame that needed no tending, no protection. It simply was, and in that quiet awareness, a gentle understanding settled into place. The journey had never been about reaching something distant. It had been about remembering something already within. The mountains had not given it. The phoenix had not placed it there. They had only revealed it. Softly, patiently, in their own time, the wanderer rested there for a while longer, listening, breathing, being. Eventually, their eyes opened. The valley lay before them, peaceful and familiar. The path that led beyond it waited quietly, just as the mountain path had once waited. There would be other journeys, other paths, other quiet discoveries, but none of them needed to be rushed. They rose slowly. The movement felt natural, unforced. They took one last look at the mountains, not as something left behind, but as something that would always remain in one way or another. Then, with a soft breath, they turned and began to walk. The valley welcomed each step. The light followed gently, and the quiet warmth within them moved with every breath, every moment, every step forward, unchanging, unhurried, endless in its calm. And as the path carried them onward, the world remained soft and still. The breeze whispered gently through the grasses. The light drifted across the land in slow, golden waves. And somewhere, far beyond sight, yet never truly distant, the memory of wings made of light and warmth rested quietly within the rhythm of all things, not as something to seek, not as something to find again, but as something already present, always, like a flame that never fades, like a breath that never truly ends, like a quiet, endless night, gently giving way to light again and again, until all that remains is calm and rest and peace. And now the journey comes to rest. Let the warmth of the silver peaks remain with you, soft and steady, like a quiet ember glowing in the dark. There is nowhere else you need to go, nothing more to do. Let a soft, unseen light settle around you, guiding your mind gently into rest. If this story brought you a moment of peace, you are always welcome here. And if you'd like to return to more gentle journeys, you can softly subscribe and find your way back whenever you need. For now, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and drift into a calm and peaceful sleep. Good night, dear traveler.